G'day world, welcome to my stream. I'm Sarsaparilla Jane and this is my stream. Yeah. What is the date today? It's the 21st of the 2nd. Yes, I'm a little bit scattered today. I've had a lot of things on this week, so that's a lot for me. Just a lot of things. Just having more than one thing to do in a day is kind of freaks my brain out a little. So, but I guess I'm getting better at it. I'm trying to get better at it anyway. So yeah, I'm back though. Back for another week. We're going to try and do, not too much news, but you know, got to do the news catch up. And we're starting with Australian news. We're actually starting with Australian news this week. And then later on, I've still got some American Truck Simulator, the Cupid's event. Look, I got a t-shirt. Okay. It's a American Truckin. American Truckin. I got t-shirt, $5 from $2 store. Or $5 store, you know, like the cheap store. I got it from the cheap shop and I was like, oh my God, American Truckin'. I have to have it. So I got that. And so we're going to do the American Truckin' Cupid's Express event. So I still got some things to do in that. And the reason I'm doing that and no Fortnite tonight is because Fortnite is updating. And we're going to have a new season, but that's not tonight. So I might come on the weekend maybe and play some of that. We'll see. So have you got your glass of sarsaparilla? Because I have, and I found out, look, if Bilson's really, I'm serious about this. If Bilson's really want to sponsor me, I am all for it. Okay, shop local. That's the other reason I'm mentioning them. Because I wouldn't do a free ad for well, it's not even an ad, just a free shout out, but I'm glad that they make sarsaparilla syrup so that I can make sarsaparilla drinks and then they can sponsor me perhaps, maybe one day when I've got enough followers. So follow so I can get Bilsons to sponsor me. All right, so let's go on. Let's do the news. We're going to start with Aussie news. Because things went down. Things are going down. Shit going down. That's right. There's warships off the coast of Sydney. Now, apparently this isn't like the first time. Like, so they said it's not like this hasn't happened before. And they're in international waters. But they were or are within our economic exclusive zone. So I don't know. I keep getting different figures. I guess the ships are moving around. Different figures on how far they are. So the closest that I saw was 150 kilometres and off the coast of Sydney. And from my understanding, the exclusive economic zone for countries is 200 kilometres, but I might be wrong. But anyway, it's still considered international waters. But, you know, they're doing what we do when we go up and play war games off the coast of Japan, in between Japan and China, you know, and we have our little war games with the US and we go practice with the US and Korea and Japan and we shoot missiles or whatever at each other. Whatever, I don't know, whatever they do. Apparently these guys are doing the same. So we're going to have a little look at this. So is this bravado? Is this bullshit? I don't think it's bullshit. But like, are they trying to be aggressive? I think it's perhaps a little warning. You know, and obviously we're all on our toes and everybody is, you know, we're in a very uncertain world at the moment and there's a lot of aggression just going down generally. And I guess regular watchers of my broadcast would know that I'm pretty anti-AUKUS. which is the deal between the US and the UK, because I know that we'll never get the submarines and we're just going to pay out this exorbitant amount of money that our country can't afford because we haven't got the population to afford to pay $368 billion for 8 used subs that we'll never see. So, you know, I'm kind of anti-AUKUS. And I do believe that the posturing and the aggressive sort of talk and things like that, I do think that that puts us at more risk than if we just weren't involved in that. This is our biggest trading partner. It's all for China, you know. Well, I mean, I guess there's that side story of Russia, but we'll, I guess, talk about that a little bit later. This is all about China and always has been, and even Trump doesn't like China. So, you know, all this posturing is an anti-China stance, and I think it's ridiculous. They are our largest trading partner, and I think that that's their interest. But of course, you have to work within the world that you live in, and so the Chinese are sort of like trade. They want to be the economic powerhouse of the world, but if no one's going to let them and they're going to choose aggression over that, then the Chinese are going to respond. And look, you know, whatever. So we're apparently seeing this as an aggressive sort of tactic, but we can't do anything at this moment. There's nothing illegal about what they're doing. So we'll have a little listen to this news report. Now, this was 20 hours ago. Things have slightly changed since. Not that they've gone away, but things have slightly changed. So this is just the report in general. Hopefully it's not too loud.
First tonight, we can bring you newly released images from our defence force of 3 Chinese warships now sitting off the coast of Sydney. While their exact location hasn't been disclosed, the ships are around 150 nautical miles off the coast, around the same distance as a trip from Sydney to Canberra, in a move being described as an aggressive demonstration of power.
Monitoring every move of 3 Chinese warships. Naval and Air Force assets have been deployed from Australia and New Zealand to watch a frigate, cruiser and replenishment vessel navigating within our nation's exclusive economic zone. The federal government says the presence of the ships, equipped with missile tubes, is not unprecedented but is unusual.
Clearly, it's an aggressive...
So it's not unprecedented, but it is unusual. So, you know, and like I said earlier, it is in international waters. Now, this guy, I don't know, Australian Strategic Policy Institute, before we listen to his words, let's find out his agenda. Australians, I think we looked these guys up last time. No? A defence and strategic policy think tank based in Canberra, founded by the government, funded by the Department of Defence, along with overseas companies. We did. Look, the link is purple. We have clicked it before. Funding. ASIO was established by the Australian government as a company. Well, you know, we've got to have defence. Company limited by guarantee under the 2001 Corporations Act. At the time, it was 100% funded by the Australian Department of Defence, but this had fallen to 43% in the 2018-19 financial year. In 2020, Miriam Robin in the Australian Financial Review identified 3 sources of funding in addition to the Department of Defence. Yeah, we read this last week. ASIO receives funding from defence contractors such as Lockheed Martin, Bay Systems, Northrop Grumman, Thales Group and Raytheon. It also receives funding from technology companies such as Microsoft, Oracle Australia, Telstra and Google. Finally, it receives funding from foreign governments, including Japan, Taiwan and Netherlands. So let's keep that in mind as we watch what he has to say about the situation. Obviously, we need defence. Obviously, we need defence intelligence, right? But it's always important to keep in mind who is telling us these things and what agenda they may have in the background of information that they have to provide.
Statement and a statement of intent.
This is provocative, old school.
Sorry, we'll just go back so we get
unprecedented but is unusual.
Clearly, it's an aggressive statement and a statement of intent.
This is provocative, old-school gunboat diplomacy.
The ships were first detected last...
See, now, if that's true, if it's an aggressive statement of intent, what does that say when we go and do exactly the same thing off the coast of Japan? And even I think we went and did some war games near Taiwan last year. What does that say about us if that's how we identify what they're doing, right? And these guys were just, at that time, were just sailing around.
Week in international waters off northeast Queensland.
Chinese naval ships are complying with international law.
Okay.
But as we do, we are monitoring the situation and observing what is going on.
It's been
And
labelled...
I think that's the most important statement out of everything, which is really unfortunate that they don't highlight what our Prime Minister has to say more, because it was pretty measured, you know. They're currently complying, but we'll keep an eye on them. That's a sensible stance. Do we need to be sort of saying that's aggressive or suggesting that something more's happening at this stage?
A deliberate demonstration of influence and control in the South Pacific and a sign of what's to come.
We don't need to be worried about these 3 particular Chinese warships, but we should be very concerned about what it tells us about the future.
It follows an incident in the South China Sea where a Chinese fighter jet released flares near an Australian military plane.
I think we talked about that one last week with the flares, and there's also been a story since then, or we talked about it last week, where the Philippines also had an incident occur.
Using it of entering Chinese airspace. Australia's Defence Department denies this, calling the action unsafe and unprofessional. Last night, China's top diplomat was in the audience as ASIO chief Mike Burgess outlined foreign threats that Australia is facing.
Has Richard Marles, the Defence Minister, picked up the phone to his Chinese counterpart? Has the National Security Committee met about this matter?
Why did that guy get more words? He's like a nobody. He's literally a nobody at this stage because he's not in the government. He's just a shadow.
Whenever this mission is over on the part of the Chinese task group is to engage in a full assessment of what the Chinese were seeking to achieve in respect of this mission.
For now, it's keeping a close watch. Sarah Naven for 10 News First.
And frankly, I don't want to find out what the shadow would do if they were in government. Not at this stage, but I guess we have an election coming up, so they've sort of got to focus on what those people would say as well, how they would respond to that situation. I'm sure it would be the same. I'm pretty sure it would be the same. They're just going to inflame whatever they can because they're the opposition. Okay, so these warships, 277 kilometres off the coast of Sydney. Now we have where the issue comes in. Now, yeah, we can see it. So I'm going to actually, we've got a video that we can watch about it, but they've had to divert commercial flights. And the interesting thing is this says it's between Australia and New Zealand. The next one says it's actually in the Tasman Sea. And for people that are not sure about where the Tasman Sea is, okay, so it is between Australia and New Zealand, I guess. Yeah. So they're in here. That's interesting. I thought it was sort of more down a bit further down. But yeah, okay. Smaller seas, part of bigger seas. Not really. There's the ocean there. Isn't that interesting? We were always taught, Pacific Ocean on this side, Indian Ocean on that side. But really, there's these seas in the middle between us. Tasman Sea, Coral Sea. So they're in here and they're doing some war games. All right. Apparent live fire drill. Now, remember I said we do these live fire drills and we do plenty with planes, with ships and everything, with Korea, Japan and US, and we do it regularly. We do these drills, and these training things. These are 3 Chinese vessels. Obviously, they're they're sending a message, yeah? And I think the message is you do it off our coast, we're going to do it off yours, and basically, you know, stop being so aggressive. I want my government to back off from the US right now. I mean, they were a fine ally, and I believe that they should still be an ally. However, Trump is not an ally. And Trump is, you know, he's friend or foe, it doesn't matter with Trump. And so I don't think he's a safe person to align ourselves with. And I don't think he's a safe person to be giving billions of dollars to with the expectation that we're going to get some subs out of it. I really don't. And I think that he's more likely to use posturing and aggressive language and threats and all sorts of things that will put us in danger because of our connection to them. And I don't think that the Chinese would be here doing this off our coast if we weren't sort of taking a harder stance against some of the moves that are happening with Donald Trump, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But Trump with Ukraine, and we all know China is, you know, that they well, I'm not really sure which side China's on, but yeah, I don't think that they certainly they support like Gaza. I know that much. Actually, I'm not sure which side they sit on Ukraine. I think I knew at one point, but I'm not so sure these days. So I just don't think that they're, you know, he's been trying to chuck out tariffs. He uses aggressive language when he refers to China, especially in a trade and economic sense. And so I don't think that we would be having this happen if it weren't for that connection there, with him pushing those buttons, right? And internationally pushing buttons as well, in several places in the end. Okay, so 3 Chinese vessels currently in international waters have notified Australia's Defence Department before the drill. So you know, they're following all the rules. Obviously, it's sort of like, why do you need to be down here doing it? But, you know, why do we need to be up there doing it? Or in here doing the same sort of thing? The flares that they threw around at us the other day were because we were flying around in the South China Sea, right? In international waters. But, yeah, so we weren't exactly off our own coast, were we, when that's going on? So, you know, they're just having their go down here. It makes me nervous, absolutely, sure. It's just in acting like they're being aggressors, I see this hypocrisy, I guess. All right, so let's watch a video because that's easier than reading. This one's only 2 hours ago, so it's also quite current.
Now to that breaking news, and commercial planes flying across the Tasman Sea have been forced to divert around the
So obviously flying over to New Zealand.
Space above 3 Chinese warships after they warned that they were conducting live fire exercises. The Foreign Minister has already raised concerns ahead of a meeting with her Chinese counterpart today. Sarah Navan joins me now with more on this story. So, Sarah, what have we heard from Defence?
Sandra, the Australian Defence Force was notified between 9:30am and 2pm today that Chinese warships intended to conduct a live firing activity 640 kilometres east of Eden on the state's south coast. As a result, an airspace protection zone was established of 18.
Okay, so they've floated down here and they're down here. Because Eden's right on the border here. So they're sort of down here. They've come past Sydney. And they're 277 kilometres off the coast there.
kilometres and up to 45,000 feet, issuing advice direct to pilots. Up to 3 aircraft chose to divert as a result of these warnings. Defence says it has no indication of any surface-to-air firing, however says changes to formation were consistent with a live fire, meaning how the ships were moving. The actions of the Chinese warships are in accordance with international law, which requires advising intent to live fire and to monitor the airspace to ensure no other users are placed at risk. Here's what Foreign Minister Penny Wong had to say a short time ago.
We do have concerns about the transparency associated with this and the notice, and I certainly will be having a discussion with...
I'm not sure what transparency they're not going to share that with us, but like the transparency they notified, I'm not sure that we share much with them when we do it.
Foreign Minister Wong about that.
Naval and Air Force assets have been deployed from Australia and New Zealand to monitor the 3 ships, a frigate, cruiser and replenishment vessel. They were detected just 150 nautical miles off the coast of Sydney yesterday, but are now 340 nautical miles southeast of Sydney in international waters. The Defence Force is keeping close watch on the vessel's every move and safety measures around them, but they say this action caused significant disruption. Sandra.
All right, Sarah, thank you.
So some risk, it seemed, to commercial. They're just being precaution. Taking a precaution. Look, can I say that's more than Elon Musk does with when his satellites fall out of the sky and he doesn't warn the flight places. Like, they've been complaining about that going on. But this news with these warships, now this is the most current news, so sort of breaking news. This came out a day ago. Is it connected? Don't know. They won't tell us who the foreign agents are. So ASIO, that's our secret service, like our intelligence sort of thing, like CIA, I guess, or NSA. This Australian intelligence. Look, let's look up what they're actually called. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. All right. Those are our spy dudes, right? So our spy dude boss reveals that multiple nations have plotted to murder critics in Australia, but they haven't talked about who they are. They've made a suggestion. I've read a couple of things about this particular situation. They've kind of suggested Russia is involved, but it's been multiple nations. But none of them were tied to events in Gaza. So it seems he was trying to rule out there any sort of Hezbollah or any sort of, there's no, it wasn't Islam versus Israel sort of situation, from what I can tell, which is actually, I'm glad to hear that. But, obviously multiple nations plotting to murder critics in Australia. It makes you kind of not want to do streaming and comment on news. Hi, ISA crazy, ISA 2 crazy. It's nice to meet you. I am Australian, which is why I'm a little bit, I don't know. I feel like if I'm critical about something that on stream, and I'm only a tiny streamer, I'm only just starting out, so it's not like I have this huge following to protect me if something happens, if some nation plots to murder me. No, look, I'm only critical of genocides. So anyway, let's see what happens here. So this is ASIO. our intelligence dude. And he's warning that there's been these plots to murder people, it's quite interesting. So this was a day or two before they announced the Chinese vessels off our coast.
Well, ASIO has tonight revealed it has foiled plots by hostile foreign nations to assassinate or harm critics in Australia. In his annual threat assessment, Director General Mike Burgess described the plots as repugnant and a shocking assault on Australia's sovereignty.
ASIO investigations have identified at least 3 different countries plotting to physically harm people in Australia.
So Russia and then what?
Number of cases, we held grave fears for the life of the person being targeted. In one operation, a foreign intelligence service wanted to silence an Australian-based human rights advocate. The scheme involved tricking the unsuspected activists into visiting a third country where the plotters would be waiting. They planned to arrange an accident that was anything but accidental, with the objective of seriously injuring or even killing the activist.
So was that like the Russian one where they push you out the window?
Fortunately, ASIO intervened early to stop the travel and foil the plot before it occurred. More recently, last year in fact, ASIO's intelligence indicated a different hostile foreign intelligence service wanted to harm and possibly kill 1 or more individuals on Australian soil. Working with our international partners, we determined this plot was part of a broader effort by the regime to eliminate critics of the foreign government around the world, activists, journalists, ordinary citizens. The regime considered them opponents. We would call them human rights advocates. Again, ASIO disrupted the Australian part of the operation at an early stage.
You know, so that gives you a bit of a clue. Like if ASIO would call them human rights advocates, then that sort of gives, it's probably like Russia and then China, and then I wouldn't have a clue what the third country would be. Who else have we pissed off? Or has someone got pissed off with people? We're a multicultural country, so, you know, I imagine that there are probably multiple countries that have citizens here that they're interested in controlling. Okay, so that's our, like, Australian foreign sort of news that I wanted to... We're going to look at more news from around the world in a minute, but that was kind of breaking news, and I thought that we could look at that first. We don't often look at Australian news first, and I thought that was kind of it's one that we've been keeping an eye on. I think we've discussed it a couple of weeks in a row now, and so obviously the situation is, you know, getting a little bit more and more curious. Something to keep an eye on anyway. I've got a headline over here that says wake up call. Is it a wake up call though? You know, are we just being sort of, are they just manufacturing consent for something that they want to do? That's what I'm afraid of. Okay, but there's no denying that these vessels are out there and they're doing, they're doing their thing. They said in this speech that he did, which went for half an hour, I didn't even watch the whole speech. I probably should actually. It'd be pretty interesting because he talked about how some foreign nations or particular ones, I don't know, one of these 3 have targeted our like services infrastructure. So I think he's like talking about electricity and things like that, and that one nation in particular had mapped all of it. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So, they had really worked out every facet of that particular service infrastructure. So these are interesting things that, we have to keep in mind. And while we may not think in an aggressive or have an aggressive stance, our associations do. And people are they may not plan to invade, but they may also find that they have no choice. They might decide at some stage that not necessarily an invasion, but they might decide at some stage that it's come to the time they need to defend themselves and their sovereignty and all of that sort of thing, you know. And then we don't get a say. Right or wrong, we don't get a say. Right or wrong. But, okay, last Australian news story. I don't know, they're kind of all mixed up a bit today. I think there's another Australian story a bit later on. But... So we have got some bird flu that's appeared in Australia. It's still going strong in the United States. So you've got no CDC. I would be keeping an eye on any sort of health notices, especially if you're in like Texas and around Texas, the states around there, any of those red states in particular, because rural places where bird flu is present. There's also measles still present in the US. I would be recommending, you know, following the National Health Service, for example, or anything that you can find that's going to give you information, because the CDC is down. They can't do shit. They can't help at all. And so you've got to get your information from an external source. I know that the World Health Organization said that they were sort of willing to fill that gap a bit, you know. And so you need to keep your eye on it, because it's something that we can't allow it to mutate and become prevalent in humans. This thing's got a huge death ratio, whatever it's fucking called. I forget. We just had a pandemic and I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, so we do have some bird flu. Now, this has been around for a little while. We thought we had knocked it out, it seemed, but it's kind of popped up again just recently here in Victoria. And so it was found in 2 farms, and now this is a 3rd farm, and I believe there's like 500,000 are going to get put down. Yeah, so this is a short story. I'll have a read of it. Influenza has been found at a 3rd property at Euroa. It follows the detection of H7N8 strain at 2 other poultry farms in Victoria's north last week. The total number of birds euthanised across all 3 properties will rise to 500,000. This is a highly pathogenic strain of avian influenza that was detected at a 3rd poultry farm in Euroa. Agriculture Victoria said the H7N8 strain had been detected near 2 other infected properties. So the property belongs to Kinross Farms, which is the same business that found the virus in 2 of its other sites. So it's kind of still contained. There are about 260,000 birds affected by the 3rd detection, bringing the total impacted birds to 500,000. Victoria's Acting Chief Veterinary Officer Cameron Bell said given the close proximity of the infected farms, the new detection wasn't unexpected. So they must have been very, very close together. They're from the same business. So, you know, it's possible we could have other positive or infected properties. He believed it's a good sign that the properties were confined to a small area and are under close surveillance. So let's hope that they knock this one on the head. I know they've been fighting it for a while, but this seems to be a little new outbreak. 100 days since the bird flu began. Yeah, there's known connections between the three properties. In a statement, he said the farms had been closely monitored since the start of... Kinross Farms Managing Director Philip Speasy said that the farms had been closely monitored since the start of the outbreak. We thank Agriculture Victoria for its ongoing efforts in the affected sites and at our other sites where we continue to manage egg production and supply to customers while maintaining strict biosecurity protocols. Okay, so they're still delivering eggs from that place? Okay. Hundreds of thousands of chickens have already been euthanized after the first 2 properties were declared infection zones last week. Dr. Bell said there would now be about 500,000 birds euthanized across the 3 properties. It's a smaller number compared to the 2024 outbreak in Victoria, and containment activities are underway. They urged everyone to report unexplained poultry deaths and suspected disease. 5-kilometre exclusion zone remains in place around the infected farms, as well as control area in the South Burgess-Shire, east of the Golden Valley Freeway. So I wonder what that means. I guess you're not allowed to drive chickens through that zone or something. Let's see what this story was. I don't think this is, okay, 1st of September. So this is last year, and they said that this recent one is a smaller number compared to that outbreak. So they did get on top of it, but then this one's just popped up in the last week or so, or couple of weeks that this one has popped up. So yeah, just another thing just to keep our eye on. And if you're in the US, keep a very strong eye on these things, because, people are doing stupid shit, drinking raw milk and stuff, and this is gonna, it can result in a mutation. And while that reduces that death ratio, it's still, as they mutate and become easier to spread, it does reduce the death rate, but it's still not a friendly one that we want to get out there in any way. Okay, so we're moving on to this is more world news, but Trump's government is so chaotic, with that it's affecting the whole world. Just like I said when I first started streaming, and people were asking, why do I concentrate so much on the US news when I'm from Australia? And it's like, this is why, because everything they do affects everywhere else. And so we're going to have a watch of this one. This was a day ago. It says, I feel like this was actually 2 days ago, and it just hasn't clicked over yet. It's very close to 2 days ago. He suggested that the Ukraine were responsible for being invaded, that they started the war, and it seems that he called him a dictator. So we're going to have a look at a couple of stories around this, because this one did piss off a lot of people this week. Obviously I'm someone that supports Ukraine. I looked at the whole situation with Ukraine and Russia when it first happened, and I was like, well, Ukraine is a sovereign nation that is being invaded. So that's all you need to know as to who is right or wrong, right? They're being invaded, okay? And they're defending themselves. I don't know why it needs to be more complex than that. But yeah. So let's see what Trump's got to say. I guess over Ukraine and the US, and there was other things that were said. It's pretty full on. Let's have a look. Since we're talking about 4%, we have seen this disinformation. We understand that it's coming from Russia. We understand this, and we have evidence that these numbers are being discussed between America and Russia. That is unfortunately President Trump, with great respect for him as a leader of the people, which we respect very much. American people who constantly support us, unfortunately, lives in this disinformation space. When did he post this? So Donald Trump says, think of it, a modestly successful comedian, says the reality TV show man. Modestly successful comedian Volodymyr Zelenskyy talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start. But a war that he, without the US and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't Sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization, in that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us? We have a big, beautiful ocean of separation. He just does not understand how... I swear I've mentioned this before on stream, like that he just does not understand how allies ended up allies. He doesn't have any, I don't know, he knows talking points about history or something, but yeah, he doesn't quite see the big picture or how things ended up the way they are, like how allies ended up being allies.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the president with us, and he's been through a lot. He's been through a tremendous amount, like probably nobody else, almost nobody else in history.
On top of this, Zelenskyy admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. He refuses to have elections. That's not true. Is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. Okay, so with the elections thing, it's in martial law, and like the UK didn't have elections throughout World War II because they were at war, right? They're at war. It's not possible, right? The US had elections during World War II, but they hadn't been invaded, okay? So there is literally martial law there. They are in an active war, so elections have been suspended. It isn't a breach of their constitution. It's literally in their constitution, and it's a kind of automatic thing. So he didn't even rule it. It's literally an automatic thing that applies. They're at war, so elections get suspended. So a dictator without elections, Zelenskyy better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia. Something all admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Well, you know, like there are certainly huge claims about Russiagate and stuff, and I'm actually not a Russiagate sort of advocate. I believe it sort of happened a little differently than that, but, you know, this ain't going good to prove otherwise, is it? This is sort of proven that he is friends with Putin, and certainly did have discussions and probably could have, you know, had discussions in the past about election interference and things. Anyway, Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelenskyy probably wants to keep the gravy train going. Like Zelenskyy would rather keep the war going. That's what he's saying. The gravy train is literally missiles and tanks for a war that they don't want to have. Their people are being killed, their country is being invaded, and Trump thinks that somehow Zelenskyy probably wants to keep the gravy train going. Right? It just doesn't add up, does it? So I love Ukraine, does he? But Zelenskyy has done a terrible job. His country is shattered and millions have unnecessarily died, and so it continues.
History, if you really get right down to it, and we're going to have a discussion and see what we can come up with, but a great honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much for this meeting. 5.
Are you at all concerned about the president's rhetoric blaming Ukraine for starting the war and calling for elections in Ukraine, which is what Vladimir Putin is calling for?
I think what I'm in support of is a peaceful outcome and result in Ukraine. And I think right now the administration, the president, and his team are working to achieve that. And I think right now you got to give them some space. Honestly, this war is ground on.
They want space to do everything, don't they? Just no oversight, no nothing.
Now for 3 years, there's been a lot of cost, a lot of death, a lot of injury associated with it, and I think it's in everybody's best interest, Ukraine, Russia, Europe, the United States, if they can bring about a peaceful conclusion to the war. And so that's what this is about right now, and I think most of us want to support their efforts as they move in that direction and hopefully to a successful outcome.
Absolutely. And I hope that's the truth too. You know, like I said this before Trump got in, and I was like, this is terrible. But, you know, he says he's going to end these wars, and if it ends these wars, then so be it. That maybe that's a good thing. You know, he's come into it. He can end these wars. Fantastic. I would like to see that. Yeah. I don't know that he's approaching it fairly, but if it ends the wars, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know how you negotiate a war without having the victims involved.
Dictator. You call him a dictator.
Would you call Ukrainian President Zelenskyy a dictator, as President Trump has?
Well, I like I said, the president speaks for himself. What I want to see is a peaceful result, a peaceful outcome. And I think right now there's a negotiation going on, and let's see where that
political bullshit, like they just said nothing.
Ultimately leads. Hopefully it'll get to the outcome we all want to see.
All right, well, this week will mark 1 month since Donald Trump was sworn in as president. In the first month, Donald Trump has waged a scorched earth campaign against the rule of law. And for one simple reason: to give his billionaire buddies a tax break and have the American people pay the cost. House Republicans say 1 bill. Senate Republicans say 2 bills. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is changing his mind every hour. Yesterday, Senate Republicans voted to proceed on their budget resolution. But this morning, you saw that President Trump flipped the script again, further sowing chaos.
We are going to make sure the people back home know that Elon Musk is firing VA doctors and food safety inspectors for no cause whatsoever, and illegally defunding the programs that Americans care about.
This is a very raw footage clip. Okay, so we've got some senators, probably the same senators, maybe some different senators. Let's hope these ones have got better brains. Let's see.
This is outrageous.
Outrageous.
It's outrageous. It's not humorous. The president does these sorts of things, goes off on wild tangents and says things that are clearly false. What is really hurtful about this the most is with the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people that we know has taken place. Thousands have died defending their country, and for the president to argue that they were somehow the aggressor in this action is disgraceful.
I think President Trump, on behalf of the American people, is trying to negotiate a peace between Russia and Ukraine. He talked about it a lot on the campaign trail. He said he wanted to bring peace.
But no, just with Russia, because he's not really involving the Ukraine in the deal.
The war's gone on long enough, and I think he's going to deliver on that. So how we get there, I trust President Trump. He's a master negotiator, and I think he's going to get to a lasting peace.
Here's where I disagree with the White House. To the extent that the White House said that Ukraine started the war, I disagree. I think Vladimir Putin started the war. I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster. He's a gangster with a black heart. I don't. He makes Jeffrey Dahmer look like Mother Teresa.
I don't know. I just think he's very similar to Trump in The Dictator. That's, you know, like.
He has Stalin's taste for blood.
I can't tell what this administration is planning. I will tell you this: Vladimir Putin is a thug and a dictator. He invaded Ukraine. He'll look for another target if he ends up keeping territory from this one.
1 million people have died. And thankfully, we have a president with the guts to stand up on the world stage and try to end this thing. That's what I support.
I don't want to get between President Zelenskyy and President Trump. I never get between a dog and a fire hydrant, man. That's the way I live my life. I think they're both good men. I think they both want the same thing. And I think we will get there.
Let's see how Sweden, UK and Norway have reacted to Trump claiming that Ukraine started the war with Russia, which wasn't really in the clip that we watched, but he did do it. And it wasn't so direct, but he did certainly suggested that Ukraine sort of brought it on themselves, I guess.
God afton, beklagar att ni har fått. Gällande Ukraina så står
Regarding Ukraine, Europe and the world now stand
Europa just nu och världen vid ett
at a
vägskäl.
crossroads.
Hur kriget mot
How the war
Ukraina
against
kommer att
Ukraine
sluta,
will end
det
affects and shapes security across Europe for generations to come.
påverkar och formar säkerheten i hela Europa för generationer framåt. Vi tar det här på
We take this very, very seriously.
mycket stort allvar. Tillsammans har nu EU och
Together, the EU and European NATO countries have shown 3 years of strength and unity much better and far more
europeiska NATO-länder visat 3 år av styrka och sammanhållning. Det var mycket bättre och mycket mer
than most
än
expected
vad de
when
flesta
Russia
trodde
attacked Ukraine.
när Ryssland angrep Ukraina.
We will
Vi
continue
fortsätter
to
nu
support
stötta
Ukraine.
Ukraina.
3 years ago, one country illegally invaded another, and since then the Ukrainians have been fighting for their freedom, they've been fighting for their future, and they still are. So whilst all the focus may be on talks, not even negotiations, our concern as defence ministers is that we're not jeopardising the peace by forgetting about the war. And our job as defence ministers is to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position going into any talks.
Russia has suffered a lot in Ukraine. They lost a lot of young people. But still, the nukes and the Northern Fleet is intact. And it's still a threat towards our societies and our countries.
All right, and I was looking for, I'm just having a little browse down my Blue Sky. I'm just trying to find some comments from Anthony Albanese, who had sort of been pushed for a comment on the situation. Let's say that both the opposition and Labour both sort of have the same stance and they still support Ukraine, basically, which is good. I'm glad that they stepped aside. Like, they didn't just try and follow Trumpy all the way to the death. All right. You know, they didn't just undo 2 years of work that our defence have been doing and everything like that, and our support. All right, moving on. This was wild. So what I did, this was the plane that flipped upside down. So we're having planes fall out of the sky. As soon as we got rid of DEI out of the FAA, planes started falling out of the sky. So it's DEI or die is the meme. And basically we have to bring back DEI to stop the planes falling out of the sky. This one was incredible. These people survived. Could you imagine? Your plane literally turns upside down. It's a fireball on the tarmac and everyone survived. So everyone's very, very happy with the hostesses as well, air attendants, I forget what they're called these days, helping everyone get off. Let's look at this wild footage. At least 18 have been injured following a plane crash at Toronto Pearson International Airport. This is going to actually show us that, and it's going to be fast. So. Right. Footage shows the moment that the Delta Airlines flight flipped over.
Oh, no.
When it landed. Isn't that wild? Landed on the ice. So it looks like it's the ice that's sort of done it.
1, 2, 3, Oh! Oh! Oh
no.
Amazing, these like plane watchers that were there.
Everything, drop it.
Footage filmed by a passenger shows those on board climbing from inside the plane to safety. These ladies got them out in seconds, apparently. All 80 people on board the CRJ 900 were evacuated following the crash, and there were 2 air attendants, from my understanding, flight attendants. Holy 2 passengers were airlifted to a hospital with critical injuries, and a child was taken to hospital. The crash came after the region was battered by a winter storm of heavy snowfall and high wind. It does seem like the pilot came in a bit hot. There was like a lot of crosswind, and that it's just flipped it over in that high wind, and the fact that he was travelling so fast, so he wasn't able to arrest it, I guess. But isn't that amazing footage? Isn't that just incredible? So glad that we're looking at survivors and not another plane of 80 people were on that plane. We do have 2 dead from another plane crash. Another mid-air collision in Arizona. 2 dead after planes collide mid-air in Arizona. These were small planes from my understanding. I don't know if this is supposed to have sound, potentially. Oh yeah, there we go. There's not much left, is there? Just a crater in the ground. Oh, the crater's not even drained. This is it? Wow. Just says 2 small planes collided mid-air, southern Arizona on Wednesday.
The scene is currently being secured, but yeah, it's still being actively investigated, and we're going to be here for a while.
So I'm hearing reports now, I don't know if it's relevant in this small plane thing, but certainly with all the cost cutting, and certainly with this latest round that Trump's doing, so you've got just general corporate cost cutting that has cut the labour force of the literal maintenance crews for the planes. And then you have Trump, who's been like, well, Musk really, who's been attacking the FAA, and, you know, several, like some of the leadership have resigned, some have been fired, you know, some have accepted this work thing that they've, you know, this layoff deal. Musk, of course, has an interest in destroying all of this. The FAA wanted to fine him for something, I don't know, I believe it was to do with his satellites coming out of the sky and him not warning people about, like, not warning the planes. So, you know, that's been happening, and really no one was able to sort of stop him. But he wasn't giving it, well, SpaceX weren't providing any warnings when these satellites would fall out of the sky. Whereas, you know, that when that's kind of going to happen with NASA, they say, okay, this is going to happen, and and everyone's aware and everyone's watching out. SpaceX, just let it fall out of the sky. And I'm sure that's, you know, Musk and his cost cutting again there. Why waste time telling people about it? So he was going to get fined over that, and then he obviously he got control of all the departments of the government. One man. Apparently we're supposed to feel very grateful, Barron Trump says. We're supposed to be very grateful that he's working for free to fix the government. With no oversight, no transparency, no nothing. Mistakes left, right and centre. Just totally tearing it apart with chaos. We're almost done. I'm keen to get into some American Truck Simulator. Okay, this is a bit of a sad one. So we've got 157 dolphins. Wait, this is not what I was thinking of. Oh, yeah, okay. They're called false killer whales, but they're dolphins. They're still dolphins, a type of dolphin. Out of 157 dolphins stranded on a remote Australian beach. I don't know if this is going to mention that they're in Tasmania.
While we've had good recent success at previous whale stranding events on the west coast at Macquarie Harbour and surrounds, with refloating and rescuing whales, it's important to note that the environmental and access challenges mean we are unlikely to be able to use those same rescue techniques. Our mass stranding events usually involve pilot whales. However, these are false killer whales, and it is our first large mass stranding of these animals in around 50 years. It's currently an early stage in the response, and so assessments are ongoing. Therefore, some details are limited and yet to be confirmed. At this stage, we do not know why these animals have stranded, and we won't be speculating. The team on the ground will be conducting post-mortem investigations and
someone suggested that the US, someone set up some sort of testing, submarine testing has recently been set up on the west coast of Tasmania. Don't know. I don't think that stuff's very good for whales and stuff either. And I'm not a scientist. Like he said, he's not going to speculate. Well, I'm not in his situation, so I'm going to speculate that I don't think that these animals, whales, dolphins and all that, I don't think they appreciate some of these sonar sort of sounds that happen, that we generate.
Of deceased animals in an attempt to determine some reasoning behind the stranding. The duration of it could be a number of days, but of course we'll be trying to determine what will be the most humane method of dealing with the affected animals, those stranded, and given if it's determined there is a very low likelihood of being able to refloat them, then we have to look at what other options are available to us.
I don't know if it's going to be said in this video, but they have decided to euthanize these animals. They're unable to refloat them. And from my understanding, you've got to also, if you do refloat them, you've got to take them to a place that's kind of calm so that they can recover from just being beached in the first place. Extremely sad. Something that we all really want to, like, you want to do something about it. Here's one. Let's watch this one.
More than 150 whales are stranded on a beach off the coast of Tasmania. Conservationists say around 90 of them are still alive, but it's unlikely they can be saved. I'm joined now by marine scientist Dr. Vanessa Pirotta. Thanks so much for joining us on this. A huge number. How is it possible that they have been stranded like this?
That's a great question. We don't know why whales strand, and these are known as false killer whales. And they also stranded in a place on the west coast of Tasmania, which is becoming known as a global hotspot for stranding. So it's a tricky situation, but unfortunately, of the 157 individuals, that some of which you can see now, 90 or so still remain, but the efforts to...
So let's look at Tasmania. Not the Tasman Sea. Let's just look at Tasmania. So we're talking about the west coast of Tasmania. I couldn't tell you where this is happening, but there is, I don't know, South Australia, they do like drones and shit. I don't know about, I know that they're looking to do stuff with submarines as part of AUKUS, but I didn't think any of that had started yet. From my understanding, there is something going on the west coast with a new base and some sonar stuff. But I don't know. I have heard of whale stranding in Tasmania for, you know, a while now in my life. You know, I'm pretty sure I would have heard about this like 20 years ago even. And so it's not, like they say, it's not unusual for them to get stranded in Tasmania. But whether there's suddenly more beaching on this west coast, who knows whether it would have anything to do with the sonars. But like, yeah.
Assist from authorities, marine biologists, experts have unfortunately been unsuccessful. The location, the weather, the sea conditions have all unfortunately resulted in these animals being deemed as unable to be assisted, and so they will now be euthanized.
Gosh, that's an awful development. So are some of them still alive, or most of them still alive? But either way, as you kind of made clear, the conclusion is they're not going to survive.
No, the longer an animal stays on shore, and so they probably won't do it very well. And the reason being, because a lot of people are wondering, why can't you just get the tail and drag them out? Well, they're the size of a car. They're really heavy. They're long. And one of the main reasons these animals don't do very well is because they've never felt their own body weight ever before, because they've had the ultimate water birth. So their weight of their body can crush their organs. And so the reality is some that were able to be assisted were coming back. And so that's not good. So because of the position, the location of where...
So they did try to take some out, but they'd just come
this
back.
has occurred. And as you can see here, it's not...
The sea's too rough. You got to get them into like a place where they can rest for a while. And obviously that's a hard thing to do in the ocean.
The easiest place to access, so it may be the case that these animals will now, it will be rather, will be euthanized and potentially left in the area for nature to take its place. And at a time where, when these kind of things happen, we advise no swimming in the water, because the natural juicy processes of the decomposition of a whale will likely attract sharks, which are all part of the natural ecosystem.
She's way too pep for this discussion.
And just finally, you mentioned that there have been quite a few of these types of mass strandings in recent years in this sort of area. Is that a fear that this kind of thing is going to keep happening?
Well, it's almost becoming that fear, right? We don't understand why strandings happen globally, but on the west coast, or at least around Tasmania, we are seeing strandings quite often. And in Australian waters, it's usually the pilot whale. These are false killer whales. So there hasn't been a stranding with this species in that area for at least 50 years or so. So the geographic regions will definitely be at play. Every single stranding that happens, we learn from. If we could understand why these animals do it, we would love that. We would love to try and prevent it. But if anything out of a completely awful situation is that we will now learn more about a species we really don't know much about in Australian waters. So genetics will be taken, samples, potentially look inside their stomachs to learn about a species that is relatively unknown here in Australian waters.
Dr. Vanessa Perrotta, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
She was too happy, I felt. Okay. But that was interesting. We learnt something. We learnt things. Like they get their bodies. It's like they've been on Mars or in space or something. Their bodies just can't handle it once they come out of the sea. But here's a cool story from the ocean. Again, Tasmania, I believe this was spotted. Well, it's cool, but then it's also Black sea monster sighting is not normal. This female anglerfish was seen swimming close to the surface. This is normally a deep sea fish, marking the first time ever that an anglerfish was spotted by the human eye. Scientists and researchers around the world were shocked, as anglerfish typically live between 650 and 6,500 feet below the surface. Anglerfish are known as predators of the deep, and are indeed the same scary fish who chased Marlin and Dory in Finding Nemo. The reason why this particular anglerfish made it to the surface is unknown. But the Condrick Tenerife team speculates she was either sick, carried by the current, or fleeing from a predator. While this sighting is bittersweet, we're grateful it was captured and shared with the world. Okay, they didn't mention why it was bittersweet, because she died. Okay, she did die. So, I mean, I think she's fascinating, isn't she? Look at those teeth. Isn't that wild? They're so alien-like. Look at the variety of creatures on our planet. That exists. That exists. Isn't that wild? But yeah, it does seem like whether she was sick or like carried by the current, like they say, but she did die. And I saw some comments that sort of suggested perhaps it was a pressure thing as to why she may have died, like because she's come up into an area that, you know, obviously her body's not made for that, and she would have risen quite fast probably. So, but first time seen by a human eye, incredible footage, incredible looking fish. Yeah. Wild stuff. So now we can, I believe, move on to our... Okay, we have two more that are a bit... Well, not two more. One more that's a bit creepy. So we have this asteroid. This has changed since, but this was literally 2 days ago that this asteroid... Now, I think we mentioned this asteroid a couple of streams ago, and it was like a 1% chance that it was going to hit. And it's city-size asteroid, like it not city-size, like if it hits, it's going to... It could create citywide destruction. Okay, so as they measured more a couple of days ago, that chance went up to 3.1%.
Okay, NASA has just increased the chance of an asteroid wiping out an entire city in 2032 by 3.1%. Let's consult our good friend and astrophysicist, Dr. Brad E. Tucker. Now, Dr. Tucker, we've got a cost of living crisis, a climate emergency, international conflict, and now we have to worry about an asteroid taking us out?
Yeah, look, I mean, that's a hard lead-in to follow here. But no, I think the answer is no, don't lose panic over this. There's a reason why we're paying attention to this, because it does have a risk high enough that warrants attention. Because really, most of the asteroids we find have so little chance of even coming anywhere remotely near the Earth, we just kind of ignore them and say, oh, yeah, you know, they're fine, they're out there. This is one of those few where, in fact, our procedures are paying off of lots of effort in finding and tracking them, showing, hey, we actually can find these ones that may be a worry and sufficiently far away enough that we can plan to do something about it. So it's a good thing in this case.
OK, I'm very relieved to hear that. Now, NASA is tracking a particular asteroid. What is asteroid 2024 YR4?
So this one was discovered late in December. And so this is one of the reasons why this risk has kind of moved around. Originally, it was about 1.7%. NASA, as he said, is now saying 3.1. The European Space Agency said still about 2.4. So there's a bit of range and uncertainty. And that's because when you find these asteroids, you know, they don't move that fast relative to the size of the solar system. So you need lots of observations over months to really pinpoint with the accuracy we need in this case to know exactly where this is going. One of the big uncertainties we have is actually the size. It could be anywhere between 40 and 100 meters, which that's a big difference in terms of impact potentially on the Earth. So right now, James Webb Space Telescope, NASA's big telescope in space, is going to start studying this object so we can get a pretty much pinpoint measurement of its mass. And that will tell us a lot about not just the risk if it hits the Earth, but what is that impact going to look like if, and the big if it hit the Earth.
In the highly unlikely event it is on course to hit Earth in 2032, can it be deflected Hollywood blockbuster style and
what
knocked
if it's 100 meters?
Of course.
Well, so this is the interesting thing. A few years ago, NASA tested a mission called DART, which hit an asteroid, which was 160 meters, which is over twice the size of this one, and changed its orbit. Now, the fact that we found this 7-8 years away from its potential impact means that you could build a mission in time. We already know it works, and could actually potentially alter it. Because even if you alter it enough, maybe it still hits the Earth, but we pinpoint it more into a spot of the ocean. Because if it hits the ocean, it's not going to be this giant tsunami we have to worry about that impact. It's essentially none. So we actually can do something about it with enough warning. So a lot of this work we've poured into
That's going to take some big math.
asteroid detection and monitoring is paying off in this case.
With all that, how worried are you about a collision?
Look, I think we have much bigger worries to have than anything else. I am still going to pay my bills. I cannot get out of that excuse. I can't say, hey, I know I'm not going to pay my mortgage. No, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. And even if it does hit the Earth, 70% of the Earth is ocean. So we do have most of the likelihood of it even hitting the water. And even if it does hit the Earth, the damage will be contained to a relatively small area. So don't lose sleep over it. This is why people like me and others monitor these asteroids, so we can prepare, just like in a bushfire or other natural disaster.
Love your work. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Brad E. Tucker.
Thanks.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's got one on his Star Talk channel about it. Let's see. I saw a graphic that showed asteroid path hit. Let's see if we get something like that. Something that shows it's the path. Okay. Let me see. I don't know how to make it bigger. Okay, so that's good enough. So across this sort of equator region is where it kind of, if it's going to strike. So it would be across this equator region, and this is like all sea out here, yeah, and you've got ocean here, so hopefully it lands in the ocean. But these are, I guess, the main cities that would be at risk under that path. So just a bit of an idea of where, like, I gotta say, when I saw that, I did breathe a sigh of relief. You know, I can't lie. So maybe that will help others to have a sigh of relief. Hopefully it doesn't stop us from actually working on the problem. And that people will still work on the problem. Since then, so this is the report. So you can go to this place. It's NASA, obviously, called Planetary Defense, and it's like a live feed update. So we had, yesterday, they had, or 2 days ago, they'd looked at it, and it had gone up to 3.1, but then they did Wednesday, February the 19th, new data collected overnight reduced the impact probability to 1.5%. And then last night, they did some more observations. Observations made overnight on February 19 and 20 of asteroid 2024 YR4 have further decreased its chance of Earth impact on December 22nd, 2032 to 0.28, so not even 1% anymore. NASA's planetary defense teams will continue to monitor the asteroid to improve the predictions of the asteroid's trajectory. I don't think we should stop working on, coming up with a plan. Something that we can do to avert this in case this number changes again, With this new data, the chance of an impact with the moon has slightly increased to 1%. So yesterday it was 8.8%, 0.8% of hitting the moon. Today, it's 1% that it will hit the moon. The latest data will continue to be available at NASA's JPL Automated Sentry page, or here, right here on the Planetary Defense page. You can get updates every day. This goes all the way back. We've got February 7. All right, so You can go check it out there. It's just nasa.gov, planetary defense. Okay? To keep an eye on that. Our last story is a good story. An interesting story. All right, we always like to end on something, either, something a bit more uplifting, something that can be educational is always fun too. I have a fly annoying me. Go away or I will find the fly spray. Okay, so I'm excited to learn about this because I have not looked at anything about this yet. So I'm excited. We have found a pharaoh's tomb, first one discovered in over a century.
How important and significant a discovery is this?
Well, it's very rare to find any of these tombs of the kings of Egypt, and it's been known for a long time, obviously, that this tomb still remained to be discovered. And so this represents a significant missing piece to the history of archaeology in the period of the New Kingdom. That's second half of the second millennium BC.
We're seeing pictures of the entrance now. How was it found?
Well, there must have been some geophysical prospecting done to identify the entrance. Certainly, there's no real details have been announced about that, but there are...
Like, look at it. Like, why would you decide right there? There's no markings. There's nothing special about the environment. And so, they've obviously been able to use underground penetrating radar thing to check it out and decide, let's go and have a look down, see what this cavity is that exists down here. But yeah, it's wild. The landscape around it is wild, how nondescript it is.
Usually some clues around where these tombs are located. Quarrying of the rock, for example, the rock face would show archaeologists that somebody had actually chipped away the rock face to carve a tomb underneath. So these sorts of clues would be the kinds of things that one would look for, and evidently there must have been some of these for the archaeologists to be digging in that spot. I mean, this is a vast area that's not actually in the Valley of the Kings. It's in a valley to the west of the Valley of the Kings.
Oh.
So it's a great discovery, and congratulations to the team.
So who was King Thutmose? How much is known about him?
Well, he's a bit of a shadowy figure because he didn't reign for very long. It's thought that he reigned for 3 years. Some scholars claim he reigned for 13, which is a relatively short period of time. But he was the son of Thutmose I, one of the great kings of what we call the New Kingdom from 3,500 years ago. He was one of his sons. He married his half-sister, Hatshepsut, who became a great queen of Egypt following his death. And in fact, she had herself crowned Pharaoh and is one of the most famous kings of that era. So he fits in between these two pillars of the history of Egypt from 3,500 years ago, as I said, with a relatively minor reign from what we can tell, with only two major events occurring. He had a campaign in Nubia, that is the region of modern Sudan, fighting the locals, in effect, most probably for control of the gold mines. But also he had a campaign in the Sinai against the desert Bedouin there. So we don't really know a great deal about him, except that he also died very young, probably around age 30.
Right. And why has it been so long since the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, very famous of course, to the finding of this one?
Well, there are still some tombs that haven't been discovered, some of these royal tombs, and a couple of them, Ramses VIII.
Was Tutankhamun famous before they found it, really? This guy might become more famous now that we've found his tomb.
Amenhotep I, again, we're talking 3,500 years ago. So to find this is certainly a major discovery, but it's disappointing that so little was left. If one looks at the pictures, there's a little bit of painted plaster with some with a scene on the ceiling.
His body wasn't inside.
His body wasn't but his body was actually discovered in the late 19th century amid a cache of royal mummies that was very close to Hatshepsut's famous temple. And there's a bit of a story to that as well, that the Egyptian priests around 3,000 years ago removed many of the mummies of the kings from the Valley of the Kings to protect them from tomb robbing. And so they, again, extensive tomb robbing had resulted in great deprivation in the valley. And so the priests removed these bodies, including that of Tutmosis II. So they must have known where the tomb was. And he was placed in this secret tomb, which wasn't discovered until the 1880s. And now all the royal mummies are in the National Museum of Egyptian Culture in Cairo.
That's awesome. There's another one here. I don't know if we'll have a look at this one as well. So that was the ABC. Let's see what the NBC have got to say. Because this is an interesting story. Come on, play.
A groundbreaking discovery solving one of ancient Egypt's greatest mysteries.
Probably extraterrestrials.
No, the pyramids were not built by aliens. But this week, archaeologists unveiling the long-lost tomb of an ancient king ruling Egypt more than 3,000 years ago. The mummy of King Thutmose II was found all the way back in the 19th century and sits in a museum. But where his tomb was remained an enigma. His civilization captivating the world for over a millennia, from stumping Napoleon's archaeologists to starring in modern-day movies, making us scream and dance.
He gave his life.
How did they find treasures?
Shaping pop culture and society over the generation. And our Molly Hunter was there in 2019 when this sarcophagus was unsealed, revealing a perfectly intact mummy.
I'm very proud of this discovery.
Now, Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, along with the New Kingdom Research Foundation of Cambridge, saying it's the first royal tomb discovery in over 100 years since the unveiling of King Tut's in 1922.
Found the remains and fabulous riches of young King Tutankhamun.
But finding the tomb, unearthed by Dr. Pierre Litherland and his team, was a challenge. The entrance, originally found in 2022, was thought to be the tomb of a royal wife. But it wasn't until they crawled through a narrow passway, reaching an inner chamber, that they found a surprise. Blue painted ceilings with yellow stars on it and an ancient funerary text, all indicators of a king's tomb, confirming they uncovered an important piece of history.
It's really quite amazing to find what might very well be his original resting place.
So why wasn't the king's mummy there? The archaeologists believe his remains were moved after the tomb flooded shortly after his death. The discovery in Luxor, about 400 miles down the Nile from the Great Pyramids, already home to a magnificent ancient temple.
So after it flooded, whereas the other lady said it was because of tomb robbers.
Now there's another reason for tourists to make the trek south. Just don't touch the artifacts. Hindi! Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Cool. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social.
That's the end of the news for this week. We could have explored further. There was other things, but I'm trying to reduce it. And, you know, I spend a lot of the week looking at news, and I don't mind doing a bit of an overview, but I don't like it to take up the whole stream. There was Israel-Gaza news, which is a little bit up in the air, that there was some hostages released that were dead. Apparently they've been dead since November 2023. Hamas have been trying to give these bodies back since November 2023. For whatever reason, it was not allowed. Then they, as part of this ceasefire deal, they paraded these sort of, not so much the bodies, but the bodies were in the coffins. So they were of 2 children and a mother, and then an older fella that was an activist. And now Israel is claiming that the body of the mother was not the body of the mother, that it's an anonymous corpse, that they have no idea who it is. That, of course, does not help Hamas in any way. So I don't think it was a deliberate thing on their behalf. They've just sort of thought, you know, at some stage, obviously she's got mislabeled, and now they were in a war zone. Whether they'll be able to identify or locate those remains is yet to be seen. It's a very sad story, but it was known for a long time that these people were dead. However, Israel was sort of trying to keep up hope that they were alive, but it had been reported for a long time. So there's it's a bit up in the air at the moment. That I know that Hamas have said that they're willing to hand back all the hostages. There's obviously there's a second phase of this ceasefire deal that's going on. And so, we will have a look at more of that next week or the week after when there's more movement on the ceasefire, on the second phase of the ceasefire, when we have more information about how that's going to go down. Otherwise, that's sort of the latest news in the Israel-Gaza scene. And there was several Palestinians released from Israel prisons in exchange for those bodies that were handed over yesterday. So, that is a ongoing thing that we have to sort of I try to keep a measure on whether or not it's sort of worth presenting anything about that conflict at this stage. So I think that we'll just hold off and we'll look at it again next week or the week after, depending on if there's been some movement with the ceasefire, the second half of the ceasefire deal. All right. I'm very pleased that we have moved through all of that news, and that we can now move on to the American Truckin. All right. America Truck Simulator event. I'm going to put the pause screen on for a quick second, grab myself another sarsaparilla and a little snack, and then and I'll get it all up and happening and ready so that I can go and do some of that. I'm actually pretty keen. I have been doing a lot this week, and so as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, and so it's nice I think I'm going to really enjoy it. It's going to be a nice and cozy drive. Going for a nice and cozy drive. My head could probably do with a Panadol. I've been quite overwhelmed by the week, but it's not like I do that much. Just do a little bit extra and I'm falling apart. No, it's all good. But I can't wait to play. All right, so I'm going to put it onto the pause scene and I'll be back very shortly. All right. Oh, good. I have my little PNG tuber there. Put her into gaming stance. Right. Time for some cozy cruising. Signing in. I don't know why my internet's slow. I've told everybody to turn off their fortnight updates, so potentially someone's forgotten. Maybe me. Maybe it's me. Hold on. Alright, quite likely that was me. After I told everybody else to ensure that their epic was off, so that it wouldn't interfere with my stream, I went and left it on. I don't know if it was updating though, but probably just started. Alright, so this is what I'm doing. I've only done 4. Got to do 10 more. See if I can do a number of short ones. I don't fly. Okay, well, let's see where I am. I was going to drop in here during the week and have a little look and see if I could, like, work out if I wanted to buy like another headquarters or something. Look, I haven't been up in here. Maybe I could go drive up in here. What's this? Wait, that's where we were driving. This looks like a good idea. If I can get up into here. At least those places I haven't been. What is this state? How do I see what state it is? Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. So if I can like drive up in behind all of this. Billings. Oh, that's a long way. We're trying to complete these in a timely manner. That's the opposite direction. Are these, what are these? Just used packaging. Here we go. That's just going there. Is it a different road? Let's have a look. It wants to go along this road. I guess it would open that bit out. Oh, I like that one. It's a fair distance, but it goes up where I want to go, up into this back area. I think that one's good. Missoula. Okay, oh. Twin Falls. See, we've been there. I don't know if we've been specifically to Twin Falls. Well, yeah, I think we have. Billings is too far. Fort Collins, Colorado, that's not even anywhere near where we want to go. Yeah, that's a long way. Okay, I'm like halfway through the selections. I like this one. Now, wait, begin delivery, but we need to change the music. Alright, we need music. We need music. And is my truck okay? Yes. I remember doing this. I may have played not on stream. No, that's not true. I'm trying to find the radio. Here it is. Is it playing? Oh yeah, here it comes. I do believe that was a better level when I listened back to the stream the other day. Okay, we took that job. So I did want to have a quick look at to see whether I do have a garage in Fresno. Okay. Alright. Truck manager. This mine here. Well, that's okay. Let's go and do this job anyway. I'm just gonna keep racking up more money. That's the easiest solution, I think. Especially since it's already outfitted for the Valentine.
Ready to rock and roll.
Okay, that looks like I've got lights on, and that's the high beam. All right. So.
Time to get the job done.
Got plenty of fuel, and I don't need to sleep. So, I'm gonna turn around in here, and there we go, right here. I can't really tell if someone's coming.
Turn left.
On that side.
Oh, get ready to turn left. Turn left. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Oh, we've got to go for a bit of a drive to pick it up. So I said I've had a big week. What have I done? Well, I went for a big long ride because people that know me, they know I don't have a license, so I don't drive. So I went for a really long ride over to the next town. so I could try and find some swimmers. And I wanted swimmers that have got like little shorts, but not like board shorts. Looking for like just a boy leg swimmers. And oh my god, I couldn't find any. I'm looking everywhere. And I walked everywhere looking for swimmers.
Keep right.
Finally, I find a
then
pair.
exit right.
Very cute. But I've got a paisley pattern on them, and they're like blue and brown, and they're really
right.
cool. And I get them home, and I notice there's
Keep
a
right.
twist in the strap.
then turn
So
right.
I start trying to untwist, and I try this way and that way, and then the next way, and I
right.
try more, and I try flipping it through the armhole. I tried everything, every which way I could, and I couldn't untwist it. And so I sort of, followed it along a few times. It's sewn wrong. So I had to do a whole exchange process, and of course they don't
straight
care.
on.
Like
That's
I sent an email through and sort of said, hey, I can't go back to where it was.
Take
It's
the
a
wheel.
long
Where the goddamn
way.
hell you driving?
And I spent all day looking for these swimmers. Can you help me out and do an exchange via the website? And they were like, no, you have to go back to the store. Like, no one wants to help anymore. No one wants to understand anything. I guess in the olden days I would have had to go back to the store too. No, not necessarily. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Turn left.
I just would have appreciated not having to go and spend a whole day again dealing with these swimmers.
It's all over now.
Because it will take a whole day. It's a big trip to go by bicycle. And they only had one pair in that size that I needed. And I explained this. I said, so since they've only got one pair, you're going to have to send another pair to the store anyway. So can you just send it to me instead? They're like, no. You have to go back to the store. Otherwise, I've been going to the swimming pool and doing the swimming a little bit, and the sauna. And I've been getting my Guardian weekly magazine, and I use that in the sauna. I put it in like a plastic cover, and then I read. And so my time that I have away from the internet, I spend looking at news by reading the Guardian weekly magazine. I am not addicted to news and politics, not at all. Why? How am I supposed to get this truck out of here? This is... Okay. That's tricky. That was unexpected. Okay. What about... Let's go down here. Like, it's not marked on the map. Is this a secret road or something? It's an unmarked secret road. Okay. That's cool. We went all the way around the corn farm. I don't know why the corn place has got Valentine's gifts. Wait, so we went all the way around, but it didn't lead us out? Is that where we were? Oh, wait a minute. I see. We just avoided that bit.
Finding a new route.
Oh dear,
Where
Granny.
are you going? Make a U-turn.
I don't know, Granny. I'm trying to figure out how to get out of here. Just straight over the grass. There. Okay. Okay. Well, that was an adventure right off the bat. Right off the bat.
Well, get ready to turn left. Turn left.
I did not play any Fortnite ranked. I know I said that I would try to level up to the elite, that I would give it a try, but I just became more and more discouraged because I just didn't have the time to dedicate to it. And so because I didn't have the time to dedicate to it, I knew that I wasn't going to make it all the way to elite, so I just decided not to at all. But I'm very excited about the next season. I don't know if I mean, I'll keep trying to get to elite. That's kind of the next one I have to crack, isn't it? So I guess I'll keep trying.
And then, you know it. Continue
but I did
straight
play
on.
quite consistently this season and didn't crack it. So, you know,
Go
I'll get
straight
there
on.
one day, I
That's
guess.
right.
But it wasn't this season, unfortunately. But I did get a nice diamond umbrella. I'm very happy about my diamond umbrella. Wait. Oh yeah, this is not... Okay. That would be so cute in there to drive around. Little housing estate. I got a green light yet? Yes. Like the music is maybe not as loud as it was last week.
Keep left. And then turn left.
Yeah.
Turn left.
Not too bad on the meter. So it keeps pausing, so I hope it's broadcasting okay. What else? I bought a cool luggage bag. That was another reason why I went all the way over to the town. That I couldn't find any for a decent price. It was very expensive. Nothing was on special, and I'm a person who likes a bargain. Right? I won't buy an expensive item unless it's on sale. Always. It must be on sale when I buy something like that. So I went searching because I still have this, I still plan to go to Melbourne again and try another round of busking in Melbourne before the summer runs out. So I needed a nice bag that I can take with me that's sort of not too big, not too small.
Go straight on.
I've got a nice bag. which I had to buy online in the end. But at least I got to see the sizes that I was looking for. So I spent a long time that day just wandering around and not really winning. That was pretty exhausting. I've been doing a bit of housework, which is, you know, I don't do housework very often. I used to be a bit more of a clean freak, and then
Go straight on. That's right.
After 20 odd years with my partner, and sort of he made it a lesser priority in my life. And these days I prefer to, you know, I'm very much about entertaining myself, and I've spoken about that on the stream in the past. We only get one life, so I'm very much about enjoying as much of it as we can. And so yeah, I don't do much housework, but it can also have that effect on your mind too. If your space isn't clean, it can make you depressed and bring you down in its own way. So I do like to keep a certain level of clean. I don't like yucky smells, for example. Or...
Caution! Watch
Wait,
your
here?
speed.
Pull in here? Where? Must be here. So I kind of,
Let's find a new route.
for example, I don't
Never
vacuum
mind,
as
sugar. I'll
much
find
as
us
I
a new
should.
route.
Like a lot of people sort of probably vacuum more often than I do.
Recompute, rerouting.
But now I've seen a few dust bunnies around, so I think it's time to do a bit of a vacuum and a broom and stuff like that. And I did that. I did a bit of that. Still got a little bit more to go, but you know, it's feeling more pleasure. It's a more pleasurable space, and that's important, so that we don't trigger any depressions. That's easily triggered depression. I'm constantly living in fear that my roof's going to come down anytime, like that I'm just going to have water everywhere in my bedroom every time it rains. So I try to reduce stress in other areas as much as possible, which is also why I don't want to do lots of housework. But yeah, I don't want to trigger depression either, so give it a nice, make everything shiny again, and that way also when I get an inspection it won't be as big a deal. I won't have as much to scrub, because I'll do a nice deep clean now. Train over there. That's so cool. I love stuff happening around, like events, I guess they call them. With that train. This is a beautiful drive. Oh, I've got to keep my eye out for any like scenic, the camera thing. I was really happy with some of the photos I took the last couple of times. There's a dam up here. No? Yes? What is that? It's a big bridge for a train. Okay, it's not a dam. Yes, I want to go down to Melbourne and do a busk. So I've got all my gear together now for that. Wow, go over the top of us. And I've also been putting together another one of my songbooks with all of my songs, not just my busking songs, but everything. So I can take it over to my daughter's house and leave it there in case something happens to, like, so that I've got copies of my songbook in multiple locations. I'm going to stop and take a photo. Wait, let's make sure that the truck's sort of on the road properly. Yes, because otherwise all my hard work, I don't have this stuff in my memory because I can't remember it. So like, I don't want all my hard work for the last 4 years to just disappear if something happens to my songbook, like a fire or whatever. I don't want that to happen. So I'm making a second copy to keep at my daughter's place, and that'll also give her a songbook that she can play with as well, I guess. It's okay picture. It's not the best. Wait, we moved it. Try again. There we go. That time it took it. Should I try to get across the water? We can see the train. Okay. No. No. Oh, maybe. Like, could do something like that. There's a sign in the way. Narrow bridge, okay. And they've got an event happening in Melbourne, but I'm too scared to sort of apply to be part of it. But it's part of International Women's, I don't know, it's a festival, International Women's Festival thing that they're having. And like, I'm still not a confident enough performer to apply for something like that. But I don't know, I could go down around the same time potentially and perform outside of the festival area, but it's, I don't know. I'm in two minds. I'm very nervous, but it's something I really want to do too. I'm just trying a day trip, so I'm not even planning to stay overnight. I'll stay overnight if I make enough money to pay for a room. But then again, I'd probably be like, now I've made all this money, I don't want to spend it on a room. I want to take it home. Oh, I hope no one's coming around the corner. Oh.
Keep right, and then, you know it, continue straight on. Okay. Go straight on. That's right.
This is a cute little town.
I feel like I'm driving in the devil's
Give me a
chariot.
chance to slow down, Granny. We need sleep? No, we don't need anything. We just need to look at this cute little town.
Go straight on. That's
Steaks
right.
and spirits. Okay, yeah. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, there's water. Wait. There's a... Okay. There's a sightseeing thing. It's the water in there that we can't see. Over here maybe? Here. Take a picture here. Yeah. Still being followed by this buff thing. Bit boring. And that doesn't do anything exciting. It's a nice photo though. It's a general photo. Whoa. Wow, really make it take up the screen. I really want them to choose my picture one day for the front page on the World of Truck. I try very hard to take good photos. I'm not a natural photographer. So they're a bit janky, my photos, I have to admit. But one day, I hope one day I take it. I took some good ones last session. I wish they picked them for the front page. My truck's all looking sexy with the love hearts. I got the happy Valentine. Everything's all set. I wish they'd picked my picture for the front page. What is that? Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. Let's finish this journey. I put up this awesome picture with, I can't remember what it was called because it's some place in America that I don't know, but it had a waterfall and it had a huge cliff face and all these trees and stuff and this awesome angle of the truck, and I was like, this is sick, this picture. And I put it up and I hoped I would get like lots of likes, but only 3 people saw it. Event parking? This is so cute. I love that little town. What was that little town? What if it's parallel? Halfway between the equator and what? And like the North Pole or something? Look at this place. I really should, like, consider turning off the GPS and everything, especially in American Truck Simulator, because at least all the signs are in English. It can be a bit confusing in Euro Truck because of all the different languages.
Go straight on. That's right.
But there's really no excuse in American Truck Simulator, is there? Was that a secret road? Is that a secret road? No. Just keep moving. Truck, what? Why are you going backwards? I do not understand what's happening with my vehicle. That was weird. I was pressing the forward, but it went backwards. That was very strange. Was once it was in motion or something? I couldn't undo the reverse? What is that? Look at that! That's obviously not a secret road. Wonder where I am. Wonder what this is. Very strange hills, you know? Like, they're very... Wow, that was a lag skip and a half. They're very, like... Are they sandy? Is it desert? Never seen a desert with hills. Like this, like a mountainous desert. There's rocks everywhere. Is it the Rocky Mountains? Look at the little village. Oh, scenic overlook. Nez Perce National Historical Park. That tells me nothing. See, now why doesn't this have a landmark thing? Near the base of this hill, over 100 cavalrymen and volunteers met disaster in the opening battle of the Nez Perce War. What the fuck was that? I've never heard of it. Okay, I have to write this one down. Like, I thought it was some dude. Probably still is. It's some dude. Nez Perce War. Well, should we have a look? Let's have a look at this place. Wait, that's not the right button. This button. This button. Wow. Wait. There was a trophy to be... I must have missed it. I hope I didn't miss a... like a viewpoint thing. Video. They're a bit fuzzy. What is the point of... Oh, okay. So we can take... all the transition out of it. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Hide this. Wow. Get that blue car out of the story. Look at that. It's an interesting landscape, man. Those rocks are wild. Can't get up high enough to wave it. No, whatever. Let's go. Drive. I'm glad we didn't miss the spot. Oh, well, actually, we'll see. So, alright, good. Didn't miss like a viewpoint thing. Is there one coming anywhere I'm going? No, doesn't look like it. Alright, we're gonna pass through Grangeville. Cool. Let's go. And we're trucking yet again. Watch for rock. One rock or more rock? You can see lots of rocks. Do I need to sleep perhaps? Because I am kind of only halfway there. So maybe you'll sleep up here?
Get ready to turn right. Oh Lord, watch your speed!
She is just, I've said this before, she just is a bit too jumpy.
Turn right.
Yeah, I will in a moment, Granny. We're gonna turn left first.
Okay.
And have a sleep.
Let's find a new route. Turn right.
Okay. Stop the engine and rest. Now it's night. How far into the night? Too far. Yay, perfect. 7:30 in the morning. Lights. I don't know what the light situation is. We can turn those on. Oh, wait. Start the engine. And edge our way back out this way. Can I go out onto here? Or I think I can. Oh, this is very cozy.
Never mind,
with
Sugar.
the
I'll find us a
rain.
new route. Turn left.
Got the rain, we've got the lo-fi.
Go straight on. That's right.
Grangeville's a cute little town.
Go straight on.
This is
That's
cute.
right.
Oh. Straight. Okay. Is this a speed trap up here?
Go straight on. That's right.
What's this bro doing? Half off the road? That wouldn't be allowed in Australia, surely. Like, mind you, you'd have to slow right down in Australia and go past them on the side of the road like that. Look at that. Oh, it's a place. Did you pull out in front of me, bro? Slowing down again? Gonna go down a hill? Didn't realize we'd traveled up a hill.
Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Where in the goddamn hell you driving? You're speeding. Watch your speed.
Even more now, Granny.
I feel like I'm driving in the devil's chariot. Watch your speed.
What a lovely end to a busy week.
Go straight on. That's right.
I didn't make it to gardening this morning. And say that. I started stressing last night. I don't know why. But I did. And then I couldn't get to sleep. I'm sorry I have to turn left, Granny. It says.
Turn right. Recomputing.
She's having a bit of an issue. Surely I can turn up here, yeah. And before I do that, just put the cam back on. Now that I've finished with my off-camera break. There we go. I know what I did. I made a video for my main YouTube channel, so I played this game, so I'm trying to find games that I can put on the stream for chat to participate in, and I've got one that I plan to use, but I can't use it till there's sort of more people. So, you know, when I've got like 50 followers or whatever, I was thinking of making it available. But this was a game that was very similar to that, so I decided, I'd play it. And it was just an on-screen game that's kind of like an idle game, and it sits there at the side, and it's called My Little Life. And it looks like it's an indie developer of some sort. Just a little cozy game, and it's an idle game that sits on your at the bottom of your screen, or I've got two screens, so I just put it over on the other screen. And while you're doing other things, you kind of also can play this game at the same time. And managed to get a perfect game. I was so happy. So I finished it in the space of 2 days, over 24 hours. No, over 48 hours, but I played it for like 24 hours. Just, you know, I slept. And then I made a little video. So that was something that I did. I made a little short of it. It's like a life sim, so you get your little character, and then you build like a little house for them, and you give them a job and all of that. It's very cute. It's quite cozy little game. It's good for like you're supposed to use it as an idle game that sits at the side while you're working on something. I kind of sat there and like literally played it rather than idled it. I idled it a little bit because you got to wait for money sometimes to earn money and things like that, so you can build things. But for the most part, I just kind of played it intensely so that I could get all the achievements, and so I was really stoked to get a perfect game. I haven't had one for a little while. There's a lot of little scenic pull-off things along here. I feel like I've kind of missed my opportunity. Like I should stop at one and take photos. If there's one more. If there's another, I'll stop. But I feel like I may have just missed it. That was like the last opportunity. She feels like she's riding the devil's chariot. Okay, there, we turn it down. Like, but it's on the other side of the road. Not really like the scenic one, is it? Those are just like breakdown spots. They're not like little scenic ones. That's right, I was saying before about the book that I'm putting together, my songbook for my daughter and for me, well, for me, so it's in a separate place. But also that took ages. It's like, I don't know, 270 songs or something. I think there's a bit more, there might be more than that now. And I had to go, I had multiple copies of most of the songs, but some I needed to go up and print 100 single songs, 97 single songs. I'm gonna have a look at this here.
Finding a new route.
Even though we don't need
Turn
to
left. Okay. Let's
leap
find a new
or
route.
anything. Go for a little explore here. Look at this. It's so cute. Alright. Here's a new thing to read. Yeah. Lolo Summit. The Lewis and Clark Party crossed this pass in September the 13th, 1805, westbound for the Pacific after a long detour to the south. Can't really read. Okay, yeah. From the headwaters of the Missouri, they had crossed the mountains to, I don't know, Salamo. Finding that river impassable, they traded for pack horses, hired on, I don't know, hired a guide and came north to a, oh, it's an Indian guide, and came north to an Indian trail across the mountains here. Tired and ill-fed, the men were to have a hard struggle in early snow along the steep riders, which the trail followed for most of the 125-mile course west to the Clearwater River, I think. Northwest Passage Scenic Byway. Is that where we are now? Is that what? Let's have a look. Didn't look like it was a special spot. It just is a field. Forest. It's very beautiful. Okay. Yeah, 97 single pages. So I get to the Office Works, which is where you print stuff, and have like a self-service station so you can do it yourself. But they normally have two, but one was out of service. So I had to like stop all the time so that I could like let other people use it. Oh, that looks like a secret road. I just have to break through that barrier. Montana. Okay. Welcome to Montana. Alright. Missoula is 69. That's where we're going to. White markers represent highway fatalities. Oh, there and there. Oh my god, we should do that in Australia. Oh my... Wait, not all of those. Yeah, those ones are just road markers. That. We did a long distance trek, but that's alright. Maybe it'll open up some like short ones that we can do up into the back of these states that I wanted to be in. Is that a secret road? It sure looks like one.
Keep left, and then turn left.
Pull in again. They want me to fix my truck. I feel like, I don't know, it's damaged in a way that I can't fix it without replacing the part. But it's not very damaged, but it's enough that the way station keeps giving me... Oh my god, she's having a meltdown. Yeah, I've got to fix it because this keeps dinging it as not in perfect technical state.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Wants me to go this way. Still don't need sleep or fuel.
Turn right.
So have a great day. That's a nice sign. More of those are needed, aren't they? Or maybe once they be nice to each other.
Go straight on. That's right.
Bank. That's a great brand. Bank. Speed limit 65. Oh, truck speed limit. Okay, there's a sleepy spot, but we don't need to sleep. It's not far. 16 miles. Almost there. just up the road. Hey.
Keep left, and then turn left.
All right, we have reached the township of Missoula.
Turn left.
What do you mean it was green?
Go straight on.
That
That's
one.
right.
Full bridge. Can't see more of my,
Keep left,
putting my head up.
and then turn left. Turn left.
Oh, I can see out of the back window. Well, that's potentially useful information.
Oh, get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Oh, look at the little suburban houses. They're sort of little rural houses. Alright. I wonder how hard.
We're finished.
How hard is this gonna be? 40. Can't be that hard. Yeah. Okay. Now if I drive around this. Oops. Making sure nobody's in the way. They know I'm coming. Okay. This is an easy one. Let's see if we can actually do it easily. Right, good so far. Oh, maybe a little bit more of this. And then... Perfect. First go. No problem. Took an hour? So it takes an hour to travel 400 kilometers? 400 miles? 800 kilometers, I guess. I don't know that it's 800, but it's thereabout. Okay. We want short ones now. And wait a minute, going back out to world map. Everything up behind me should be undone. No, all this we're looking for, like, well, that's a long journey. So if I can go like Auspol or something. Oh, look, Thompson Falls is probably pretty exciting. Hey, look, it's got a viewpoint. And any of these, this one's got a viewpoint. There's a viewpoint and a photo viewpoint over here. So any of those that I can head out into would be cool. And then make my way over this direction. Oh, come on. People up north need Valentines too. That was 141 miles. And that takes me right over to the edge of it, and then I'll be able to head back in. I'm going to take it without even looking for another.
Let's do this.
Let's be truckin'. Okay.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
There is a secret road here. Yes. Obviously goes in there. Goes out here, and then we'll turn around. This is where we were. Even. Straight. It doesn't mark this one on the map.
Finding a new route.
That's a bit sad, isn't it?
Okay, let's find a new route.
Oops, okay, I don't think we can get out of here. Maybe. Look at that. Open says me.
Keep
and
left.
There it is.
And
We're
then turn
out.
left.
Okay, that was cool.
Turn left.
I feel like there are significantly more than those, but I'm always too scared to go down. Not like I can't afford it. It's $666,000. Hey, I don't need these on anymore.
Go straight on. That's right.
Straight on? Okay. Wow. Detail. The footpath. It's like details. There's a bicycle path. This is very
Go straight
relatable.
on. That's right. Keep right. And then turn right.
Oh, and the way the bicycle
right.
path ends and gives you nowhere to go. Just get run over by whatever's
right,
at the end
and
of
then
it.
turn right.
That's very relatable too.
Turn right.
Wow. This one. We've gone through a range of moods today with the music. Hey, these are supposed to be off. Rail, it's all good. You can go through. Okay.
Keep left. And then turn left.
Turn into this wacky
Turn
lane
left.
or not? Right.
Here we are. Safe and sound. Snug as a bug.
Not here. There it is. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
It's a dog. Look, a puppy. It's gonna come over and say hello? No, puppy is not in the picture. Oh, there he is. Puppy bro, I've got a really good one of a horse as well. Well, okay. It's over there somewhere. Like that with the puppy. Okay, we have to go look for that courthouse. I have to see it. Are you kidding me? No way. Okay. And then I can go out that way? Okay, that looks good.
Time to hit the road. Turn left.
Excellent. Alright, so at least we'll get to see the courthouse that I took a picture of. Oh, train event. Right here. Oh, oh no. I wanted to do that. Just not concentrating sufficiently. The train is nowhere near us. Okay. Gotta be close. Here it is. Maybe there? That's very cool. That was a good one. It's better than the other shot, but well, the other shot had the dog in it, didn't it? Wow, I really damaged my truck lots.
Go straight on. That's right.
How does anyone know what's happening at that intersection? Oh, made it.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
We're not going up to Thompson Falls. Certainly stop out here somewhere. The fleet. One up there at Sandpoint. We've had a kind of nice weather, I guess. Hasn't been rainy and it hasn't been too hot, but we're about to get a very hot week again. But only for the week, I think. And then that might be the last of the summer. This is not right. Let's just go straight over.
Exit now.
I wonder if people will actually do that. I bet you they do.
Exit now.
That's probably why it's flat. People have changed their mind. Oh, this is cool. I don't get to drive that. Okay. What else did I do? My son and I watched a movie. We've been watching Invincible as it's been coming out. So we did that. And then, but we've also been watching Battlestar Galactica. We wanted a little break from it, so we chose a new movie on Amazon called Elevation. It had like a team with Will Smith, and it had the chick from Firefly that was the concubine in Firefly. She was in it. It was kind of like a B-grade movie, but not. Like, it had pretty good effects and stuff. And it was about like there was monsters that appeared, and we were only then able to, and they couldn't go past 8,000 feet, so humanity, what was left of humanity, were living above 8,000 feet. And I love like apocalypse movies, so you know, it didn't matter why they had to go 8,000 feet. I was just interested in the fact that they had to be above 8,000 feet and how they would survive that part and all that. And so that was pretty cool. And by the end of it, and it was kind of a B-grade plot and that, you know, but it was okay. And, you know, obviously it didn't have the top actors or anything, but the movie was okay. And by the end of it, they left us on a sort of a cliffhanger. And we were like, oh, well, when's Elevation 2? I'm keen for Elevation 2. So yeah, worthy movie. If you just want like a junk movie and you don't want to think too hard, but you want to have a bit of fun. And not get too grossed out. It wasn't gross or anything. Like, it had a scary monster, but it wasn't gross. Like overly gross. So yeah, a worthy watch, I thought. Elevation, that one. And of course Invincible, we've been watching Invincible. But I won't give any spoilers on that one. We watch that when it comes out because he doesn't like then browsing YouTube and getting spoiler videos and the titles and stuff. He gets too many spoilers just from the titles. So we have to watch it immediately when it comes out. Do I need to sleep yet? Not quite, so that would have been a cute little place to visit. Good, I'm glad because, oh, well, I see. It's in the middle, so I could have gone there, but oh my gosh, it looks so cool. This is all really cool. This is only trip number 6. I'm not even halfway. Like, it would be important that I make it halfway. Oh, I've missed it. That's where I needed to go. That's where I wanted to go and have a sleep. 49 miles. Can I get there before I pass out? Not if this guy's gonna be driving in front of me. Guess I was going a bit fast anyway. Why is there a break in the barrier? I did not take headache pills before. I should have. Let's have a look at this. Even though it's not part.
Rerouting.
Doesn't have a viewpoint thing or anything, but 1910 fire. More than 3 million acres of timber in this area burned during an exceptionally dry summer in 1910. A gigantic firestorm on August the 20th did unprecedented damage. I can't really read the other part. It's just too small. The lake, I think it says lake something or other. After prospecting north of here, this is the Murray Goldfields. After prospecting north of here from 1878 to 1872, AJ Pritchard showed a few fortune hunters here, hunters where to find gold. More than a year later, a horde of miners rushed there to start Eagle City. Is that like... Okay, so Eagle City. Obviously somewhere in here or something. Okay. Let's get to the next destination before we fall asleep. Probably should have taken a photo. Let's do that here. A minute, gotta get very close, and now straight up. It's not that exciting, is it? It's a bit too basic for my liking. Let's get like that, and maybe that works. Sort of shows a bit of the valley. Buddy, be the star of the show? Be the star of the show? Hey, hello? Hey, baby. Baby. Hi. Hello. Okay. Oh, he's gonna catch the fly for me. Uh-oh, there's a truck coming. Full speed. Oops, sorry. Distracted by my cat. Truck ramp, but I don't need it. All good. Should show an event like where a truck loses control and goes up there in front of you. What? Another one? But it's a flat one. Alright, nearly at our destination.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Right. Wow, this truck
Exit right.
has gone quite the miles. Maybe I should buy a new truck.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Stop. No, forward. Probably by like headquarters up here somewhere. I don't know if I've got enough trucks yet to buy a truck online. I think I do. Elite. I think he chased the fly out. Oh, time to go around the corner.
Keep right.
Right. I guess that's where we're going to sleep. Check out condition of our truck.
Keep right. And then, you know it, continue straight on. Go straight on. That's right.
Buy a new truck. Is there a headquarters here I can buy? Maybe I could drive up to somewhere for a better headquarters, like right up in the corner somewhere. Or up the top. It's pretty close to the top here.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Yeah. Oh.
Finally, we're here. You took your damn time.
Oh my, I'm 90. And we don't know what it's like around there. I feel like I don't want to do it. I can always skip it. They want it in there, don't they? All this extra room here is interesting as to how I'm supposed to use it. Okay. Look at that. Oops. I bumped it a little bit, the other one. Let's pull it out again. Pretty bloody close, gotta say. No. Just not quite. No. Try this bit again. Okay. That's the wrong way. No. Not enough. Okay. Stop. Now I'm going backwards when I'm supposed to be going forward. Again. That weird thing's happening. Yeah, now too far. Oh my god, I really stuffed this up. I had it so perfect at the beginning, I believe. No. Definitely not. Need to cite it again. What have I crashed into now? The wall over here. Okay, I can see it there. Went too far again, I think. Feel like this one maybe more on track. A little more, needs a little more in there on this angle. Perfect. I did it. Wasn't that hard in the end? All right. Let's see if I can. Well, okay. I know what I've got to do. I've got to go to a place where I can fix this truck first. Okay, so I guess I'll look at the truck situation, I'll look at the headquarters situation, and then I might end it there. I wouldn't mind doing at least halfway. Sleep first. Whoa. Fantastic. No, turn it on. Oh my gosh. It's very bad. Repair all. Confirm. 6% damage. Cabin. Let's give it to a worker. Okay, looks like there's a garage up here I could buy. Pretty far north, and it sort of spreads over 2 states, which is pretty cool too. Because if I get one, my other one is here in Denver, so I think that's a pretty good, interesting area to get one. So I think I'll drive over here. What? Okay, it's a bit of a journey, it seems. 130 miles? How? How is it? Why do I have to go all the way out there to turn around? Because it's like a overpass. So no matter where I want to go, it's gonna make me go. Wow. 130 miles is literally another trip. One takes me to Kalispell or something. That's too far. It's going back down. Oh, it's going the right. It's not a Valentine's. Not the right direction. Not the right direction. Too far. In the wrong direction. Nope. Oh my. I think they get longer as and further away. Oh wow. I wanted to go there. 144 miles. It's going back over an area I've already done. I mean, going over here makes me go to an area I've already done. Doesn't want to offer me anything in Sandpoint. Color spell. Sandpoint obviously would be ideal, so should have bought a thing here somewhere. There. Falls. I want to go there. I want to have a look at it. I need a new truck. Can I get a new truck here? No, I need to buy this over here. So let's drive it. Whatever. Fuel. Why is it the only option it gives when you can drive out here? Can't drive out there.
Okay, let's find a new route.
Yeah.
When possible, make a U-turn. Keep right. And then turn right.
Oh, I've done it.
Turn right.
See, 26 miles. That's significantly different to 140 miles. Which might then allow me to do the other journey that I want to do. Before I finish the streamline. Okay. Oops, on the wrong side of the road.
Now keep left there.
Left. Not quite yet. Get even more relaxed. Get into the cozy cruising, cozy cruising. Oh my god. I'm a bit off center because I'm sitting a bit different. Okay. Road's not marked on the map. Got a cute little neighborhood. Canada? Can I drive to Canada? That would be pretty cool if I had like oh, that's Ice Truckers, I guess. The Ice Truckin game. Snow Runner.
Keep right, and then exit
I just
right.
turned the engine off.
Exit right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Try. Uh-oh. Alright, I did it.
Caution! Watch your speed.
Uh-oh. That was coppers behind me too.
Get ready to turn right.
Wow.
Turn right.
Alright, well, this is where I'm considering purchasing my headquarters.
This is where it ends, sugar.
Avalanche Steel. Okay. Avalanche Steel's that way. My new headquarters is this way. Alright. 180,000, that's a bargain. Let's buy it. Do I want to buy this garage? Yeah. Yes. Wow. Okay. To manage this garage, okay. Okay, so I want to buy a truck. Let's buy a truck first. Truck dealers online. Isn't there a way to buy online? What? Buy online? No. How many do you need to buy online? So how many trucks do I have? Surely that's enough. What haven't I got? Peterbilt, Volvo, International Peterbilt, Volvo, Freightliner. I've got all of them. Do I have a Mac? I don't think I have a Mac. Let's do a Mac truck. Why can't I buy online? I feel like I'm missing something. Alright, I can buy a used truck online, obviously. Look at this. What if they've got the same problems as my truck? Where am I? Oh. I don't know what's going on. What does this say? And my company? Impressed by the success of your business, we'd like to offer you a new way to help your company expand further. From now on, you can use our services to purchase additional properties almost instantly by visiting the real estate page. What? So I can just buy whichever one I whatever. Okay. Why can't I do that with a truck? Special transport, small would like, yeah, but at the moment I can't do that. That's the bank. Okay. What's this? I have no points to spend. Okay, and we don't need to go to the bank. And this isn't letting me buy a truck. Oh, I can do it through the ones that... Have I not found a Mac truck yet? Buy online. Okay. Alright, I was missing something. Like this one. 6x4, 6x2. Which I've been using a 6x4 chassis. Tell you. Oh, here we go. 6x4, 300 gallons. 600 horsepower. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now I have more idea. What's here? Okay. 6x2. This is the 6x4, but this is more expensive. So let's go further in. Okay, what's this one? 6x4, 48-inch sleeper. Holy shit. Okay, this looks like it's going to be full on to drive. 186 gallons, but hopefully we can upgrade all of that. 162,000, so we'll take that. Oh, where should we deliver your new truck to? Or to here, not Spokane, there. Right? I didn't even like configure it or anything. Fantastic. That's alright, we can configure it at the next stop, or we can go to a service thing and configure it straight away. Okay, so we have this Mac Pinnacle. We have no driver assigned, so I want to assign myself. Okay. No. Me. How do I do that? Player. Relocate player or change my truck? Drive it. Are you sure you want to reassign your Kenworth to that and drive the Mac Sleeper? Yes. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm freezing. Okay. That's alright. Oh gosh. Now where's my other truck gone? To get a person for it. look at the truck and go, oops, and go assign a driver. Okay. He can do fragile and on times. Fragiles. He's probably the best option. Oh, this guy's got a range of things. But this guy has a little bit more driver rating. Guess I'll get him. So he's got the fragiles. He's only got a little bit in that, so we'll get him. Hire driver. Do I wish to pay that? And yes. And select a truck. This truck. It's for you. And it's a lovely love heart truck, Samuel. You're going to enjoy it. Alright? And that is that. Okay. I believe I have achieved. Now I need to take my truck somewhere. Alright. Just check and make sure he's... Wait, we only have one truck here? Right. So where am I? I'm always assigned at my OG one. I hope I'm not there. Surely I'm not there. Okay. And back out to the world map so that we can look for a service center, which would be over here. What? I'm in Denver? It skipped me all the way to Denver? No, thank you. I want to go. How did that happen? Pretty sure I can travel to there. Sure. I thought if you go to your garage it doesn't cost anything. Anyway, $2,000. Who cares? Wow. And what is it doing? Wow. Okay. Go to this service center here? No. Okay, reset navigation. Or I could go there, it's on the way to Thompson Fort. No, let's go over here. Or maybe I should drive past this. Oh my gosh, I've got to learn this whole new truck.
Ready to roll?
Okay. Parking brake engaged. Oh my gosh. Lights. I like it. Okay. What other information is here on the dash? Wow, this feels like a chunky truck.
Get ready to turn right.
Look how far that is.
Turn right.
Whole different setup. It doesn't have a GPS either. So I would need a Kenworth if I wanted to switch off this GPS thing. Alright, they won't let me out. I don't know what all y'all doing down here in this industrial estate anyway.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Oh my god, the blinker's way over there. I like the dash though.
Oh, get ready to turn left. Turn left.
No GPS at all. I could install a GPS.
Keep right and then turn right. Turn right.
All my things are gone and I can't see out the back window. Oh my god. Once I've done this challenge where I have to drive in all the trucks, I'm just gonna get a Kenworth, I feel. But this one does feel good, at least at the moment. Having the revision mirror so far is a bit weird. Bypass the next
Now keep left there.
station. Okay. Almost crashed it first thing.
Now keep left there. I feel like I'm driving in the devil's chariot. Watch your speed. Keep right and then exit right. Exit right. Go straight on. That's right.
We do a truck design and we finish it on that. And then I'm going to come back on the weekend, I'm pretty sure, because I've got Fortnite, new season. I'd like to play some of that, and that could be done on stream. Explore the new season on stream. And I still have more American Truck Simulator, so...
Go straight on. That's right.
I feel like I could come back on the weekend and do some more. And I feel like that's kind of working out with my schedule, is to do these Friday nights, but then sort of coming back on the weekend. But I don't want to lock it in because, you know, I might want to do other things on the weekend sometimes. Mind you, Friday night, when events happen here, they're most usually on a Friday night.
Hell, you driving. You're speeding. Watch your speed.
So I wouldn't be able to stream anyway if I was at an event.
Keep right,
so,
and then turn right.
but I have, like, you know, I might do family things or something on the weekend, so I don't want to lock it in, and I'm not sure what time I'm going to wake up and stuff, but I feel like...
Oh, get ready to turn left.
What, isn't this
Turn
it?
left.
Okay. I feel like, though, that I am available enough on the weekends to do a regular stream there. That
It was a nice ride.
a shit spot to have that
Make sure you come back and
Ruby
visit me,
mirror.
all right?
Okay, we are here. This place this is a truck dealer. I wanted to service my vehicle. Here we go. Okay. Oh, Steam inventory items. Okay, we've got to make it pink. We've got to put some pink color on it. Okay, wait a minute. 70-inch sleeper. Wait. Would I want to remove that? No. 48-inch. That's what I've got. Oh, okay. So if I wanted the 70-inch, nah. I like the look of that. I like that. I don't like the big sweeper thing on the top. They do have that on the very cool Kenworth. Okay, so medium 6x4. If I pick this, it'll say, no, you can't do that. It's not compatible. Would you like to remove it? No. So if I wanted to make it long, how much longer could it be? Okay, so it's kind of at its max. What about engine? Surely I can chuck a better engine in it. Right? It's not going to be as good as the Kenworth, is it? Transmission? Seven speeds. This is... Wait, this one's got 12 speeds. I don't understand any of that. This one seems like it's the best. It's got the 12 speeds, 18 speeds. That one's costs the most, so wouldn't it be the best? +2 different. So what have we got? We've got an M drive differential 3.25. $11.73. This is 18 speeds and has the retarder. Okay, we'll go with that. Now on the inside, Premium Exclusive has got the, let's have that. And then paint job. Could do that, but we're doing Valentine's. It's Valentine's. But that looks so cool, doesn't it? That's really pretty. But that's what's on my other truck, and I don't want to do that again. So I could change the color of this and have Cupid. Wow. The Rig of Love. Let's do it. Let's have that. Because I just don't want to think too hard. But also it looks great. Now, accessories. Here we go. This is where we put better tires and everything. Sure. I don't know. Does it matter? Oh, made the truck lift up. Hub cover, hub cover. Oh, look, this one's for a Mac. Look at these. Where is the one for the Mac? Oh, rim. I already picked that, didn't I? I want a chrome. I could have painted ones. Let's get that one and make it pink. Apply. Nice. Maybe darker. Yes. Can I change the color of my tires? Not giving me that option. The rim, we did that. We could do a paint. Could do it and then do it. Or the light pink. Nice. I do like that. Okay. What about on the front here? A bull bar. Nice. Grill. Standard. Standard matte. Classic. Classic. Ooh. Bull bar. Bumper. Let's put some lights. Nice. Front banner. Oversized low. Wow. But let's not do that. I don't want that. How do I take it off? No, I don't want that one. Okay. Headlights. LED. Oh, it's got LED. Front flags. Nah, I don't want flags. Front mirrors, no. I'm not a fan of front mirrors. What about chrome? Chrome. Main mirrors? Chrome. Don't want classic. But the classic costs more. Oh, those are pretty sexy. Alright. So driver plate, my plate. I have to go online to change my actual license plate down here. What's this? Hood. Standard hood. What's this? Ornament. We have the pedigree one. Let's keep that. Air filters. Chrome. This is already sick, this truck. Okay, door handles. Chrome. Nice. Okay, we could go with those or those. Oh. Bent chrome. This thing. Oh, chrome. Oh, do we have anything to put on the top? Horns? I would need 2 of those. Do I? Or do you just put 1? Not there. Do I put 2? Sick. More horns? What about lights? Why can't I add lights? Ooh, those or those? Well, I actually like those better. Beacon, yeah, sure. Main mirrors, we did that. Okay, let's go down here. Yeah. We'll just have those for now. It's not giving me any details about them, actually. So I went with this and I colored it pink. And I did the nuts dark pink. Yeah. Hub. Or was it the hub cover? Hub cover. And I went with the MAC Chrome. I don't know. I like that. So same over here now. Hub cover. The MAC Chrome. The nuts, this dark pink, and then the rim, this in light pink, and then tire, Roadmaster, the Dynamics heavy duty. Why did it switch to it? Yeah, okay, it must have. Mud flaps. Okay, I got those. The white ones, they look nicer on the pink truck. Right. Side fairings. Oh, I see. That's a lot of money for a little thing that does that. Okay, what about this? Headache rack. Here we go. Headache rack. Chrome. Nice. Chrome. Right. And then what about the tank? Make it as big as possible. Exhaust. Double 2. No. Not compatible with side fairing chrome. To install it, that needs to be removed. No, we'll leave it. Can we... No. Right, okay. What about this? Side skirts. We have a side skirt. What about this? Exhaust. We did that. Didn't we? Yes. Alright. We've done the inside. No, we don't want a driver's plate. A bug deflector? Well, let me see. Yeah, okay. It's not that bad. Steering wheel. We need to put the love one again. Maybe, oh, here it is. Cool. I can't move around in here? Oh, full screen preview, okay. Weird, it's not letting me move. Look. Main mirrors, okay, we're gonna keep those. We may just... Can we adjust the color, or is that's the standard color? And we had a little thingy on it. Can we change that color? Like, what about a wooden one instead? Or a carbon? Let's have that. That's nice. And then what's this? Steering wheel, bug deflector, driver's plate, no. Okay. Cup holder. Cup holder. Come on. Here we go. Water, ATS mug. Coffee mug. I like the coffee cup. 4 floor items. Cola. Feet. He sits on the thing weird. Let's go with the salamander. What is that? Okay. Don't I have an... Oh. The white is nice. A hula doll. And this one, a bobblehead? No, let's not have two the same. Compass. Why does it look like it's not even sitting on the dash properly? Cell phone. It's not going as planned. Chewing gum. Burger. Yeah, okay. Console art. Wait, we just did the console items. A pirate head. Definitely. Okay. This one, this time. And oh, what I could put the Triceratops there. Have a lion? Oh, cute. Okay, this is Valentine's. We have to set it up for Valentine's. And guitar. All right. Maybe the pirate isn't great for Valentine's. Oh, I don't have many options. Okay, we'll stick with the pirate. This is the side mirror. Oh, there we go. We can see it. Alright. Well. Looks pretty. Confirm order. 92,000. Have to go look at it. I love that the tires are pink. Very nice. Okay, how well does it drive? Let's check some donuts in here. Right. Okay. Stops nicely. I like the brakes. Nice. I don't know about... Yeah, the pull's good. But, well, I don't know. I need to put something on it to really find out if the pull is good, but... Okay. Nice. Alright, I'm going to park it here. And I will be back tomorrow. I have until the 28th to finish this, so, and I've only done 6, so I still have quite a fair few to go, so I shall be back. Washington City. Oh, that's interesting. Awesome. Let's see what sort of pictures I have taken. No, the pictures today. Oh, they're all a bit boring, aren't they? They weren't as good. This one's kind of good. That was the dog. They were the only pictures I took. Oh, no, yeah. Photo trophies, viewpoint city, World of Trucks gallery. I don't want to change any of these. These are really nice. See, this is the one I was talking about that was very nice. I shall be back on the weekend. I can't give it time. It'll be random when I come on. And I'll look at the new season of Fortnite and I'll probably drive one or two. Maybe I'll drive one or two. I don't know. But definitely come back on to do the new season of Fortnite and have a look at that and explore that. Perhaps with a squatty. Potentially, maybe. So, yeah. I am certainly done for today. Glad I got a new truck, because I've been wanting to do that for a while. Though I do think I like the Kenworth better. But, you know, who knows? I'll drive a Mac. I'll drive a Mac for a little while. I have to fix the number plate there. That's not great. Okay. Thank you for joining me. And I hope that you'll come back on the weekend. If you came and dropped in today. And I will see you then. Otherwise, I'll be back next Friday, same time at this stage anyway. I'm pretty sure I don't have anything else booked on for next Friday. So, yeah. And I will be back then. Thanks for joining me. Bye.